Are you guys ready? Good morning. Good morning. The Finance Committee is called to order at 9:38 on Monday, April 23rd. At this time, I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda?
And I will second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. As far as the roll call, Alderwoman O'Neill is here. Alderwoman Finlayson has another commitment for about an hour. We are going to address the legislation fairly quickly, so if you'll just bear with us. The legislation, it's companion legislation 055-22 and R15-23, the respective fee schedule. And this is the addition of inspectors and introduction of some milestone inspections in the interest, I believe, of erosion and sediment control measures.
I make a motion that we give a favorable recommendation to both 0522 and R1523 to the council for consideration.
I'll second that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I believe that's on the agenda on second reader tonight.
Correct.
All right. So we have community grants presentation, and I believe we have them for 2 sessions. We're going to have a break in an hour. So at 10, well, we'll see how it goes. It's supposed to be at 10:30, but we'll see how it goes. So what we'd like you to do is introduce your whole panel there, and then you have an hour window of time, and but we're going to continue another session for follow-up questions if we need to. So, all right, so the floor is yours.
All right. Hi, good morning. My name is Erin Lee. I'm the Social Work Care Coordinator with the Office of Community Services.
Hello, I'm Laura Gutierrez. I'm the manager of the Office of Community Services.
Good morning, Patty Norris with the Annapolis Police Department and Community Outreach. Sorry. Good morning, Patty Norris with the Annapolis Police Department and the Community Outreach Unit.
Good morning. So, so glad to be here today to talk about the fiscal year 2024 community grants. And these are just a presentation of all the applications as well as our decision process, and just giving a quick overview of the applications we also received this year. So our grant review team this year is made up of several reviewers from pretty much the entire spectrum of our city's government. We have Adatole Ayaji, he's with the mayor's office. We have Janine Coughlin with the fire department, Julie Donnelly with the finance department, Patty Norris with the police department, Teresa Wellman with planning and zoning, myself with Office of Community Services, and also Laura Gutierrez with Office of Community Services as well. And we just wanted to give a huge thank you to our interns. They have done a fantastic job helping us to organize, to print, to get everything together. Evis Hernandez-Geraldo and Jada Boykin, just for their administrative support. So the Community Grant Program prioritizes making operating and/or capital grants to nonprofit organizations under the City of Annapolis Community Grant Program. So this would mean an operating grant shall provide support for the day-to-day costs of running the nonprofit organization. A capital grant shall provide support for the purchase of property, the construction, remodeling, or expansion of a facility, or purchase of equipment by a nonprofit organization. So just in our process, the committee convened to review and evaluate the applications. We submitted our recommendations to the City Council based on the evaluations, and each member was assigned about 7 or 8 proposals to review. And Office of Community Services facilitated the conversations as well as to drop the report today. Now, the Community Grant Program is subject to the availability of funds, and the city will consider funding and operating the capital grants. Proposals must meet one of the following priorities. So each organization, they must either provide services that sustain and empower youth, families, and individuals to move forward towards an improved quality of life and self-sufficiency, or they provide programs that preserve and enhance the community's character, or they provide programs that contribute to a vibrant economy, or promote programs that are integral to community revitalization, economic development, and environmental stability. So just a quick overview for this fiscal year 2024. We had about 52 applications. We had 21 new applications that did not submit in fiscal year 2023. And we had 5 organizations that did not submit in fiscal year 2024 from 2023. We have matching funds for 2 agencies, 4 Rivers and Bates Legacy, in fiscal year 2023. We're unclear if that's the same situation for fiscal year 2024. Total request amounted to $1,087,483. The previous request in fiscal year 2023 was $931,292. The total available to award was $348,000. And I would just like to hand it over to Laura Gutierrez now.
So thank you for having us. I just wanted to quickly reiterate, 52 applications is a lot to go through for a team of 7 in a very short amount of time. And so we found a way to just create structure around that, some guidelines, and we use that across the board. So we're going to walk you through that piece now. So one of the first things we did was for folks from FY23 that got an increase, it's because they did all of their quarterly reporting, and then not only that, they were recognized by our panel for the work they had done. So they received a maximum of $1,000 additional funding from what they generally have gotten in our past years. The minimum award that we gave out was $2,000 with the exception of federal and non-resident serving projects. So there are a couple that are about building the city identity that we thought merited some funding if we are going to give everybody funding, but they weren't specific City of Annapolis community serving projects. We did reduce quite a bit for folks who have received more than $15,000 generally in past years. So if they received generally more than $15,000 in fiscal year 23, then they would have the funding reduced by 25%. That was because we had more than 20 organizations that were new and we were trying to make room for them, and we needed to take that from somewhere. For new grants, we have a cap at 5,000, and then we made 2 exceptions. One is for Annapolis Pride, and the other is for Partners in Care. Annapolis Pride was the only organization that was serving the LGBTQ plus community specifically, and Partners in Care was the only organization focused on seniors. If they were compliant in FY23, then we tried to level those awards, so we were giving the same amount. And if they were not compliant, then we reduced that funding by 25%, I think is the general number that we did. Next slide. Oh, you're already on it. So some additional recommendations that we wanted to make is that organizations that are receiving less than $5,000 or are provided funding for one-time events should probably only provide 1 report instead of quarterly reports throughout the year. And that's something that would need to be legislated. Also, that organizations should receive some of their funding up front. Currently, this is a reimbursement-based grant. Additionally, that some organizations that received yearly grants didn't submit applications, but they did reach out to us. The decision to award them grants is left up to the City Council. And we did list those down here below. There's 5 organizations that did not submit applications, but they did receive funds in FY23. And we also recommend that City Council consider whether to award all applicants or to cut off at a maximum of 25 to 30 What we did here is a recommendation for all of them, the 52, but again, the decision is yours if you want to reduce that number. It's back to you.
So this fiscal year, 2024, we had a multitude of different services where the nonprofits would like to address. 5 were addressing exclusively nutritional programs for children and youth. 18 programs were focusing on services for children, youth, and families. We have about 8 educational programs for adults. 4 programs were targeting homelessness and addiction prevention in their programs. We have about 8 programs that would enhance Annapolis arts and culture, 4 programs that would contribute to a vibrant economy, and 4 programs that contribute to a clean environment.
Just 1 second, I just want to ask my colleague, before they go into the recommendations, should we structure it so any questions on the decision criteria and the process we should ask now, or are you willing to wait to the end?
I can wait till the end.
Okay, go ahead.
So right now, we were just going to go over the different applications and just provide a quick summary of the nonprofits that applied this year. So the first one were the groups that were reviewed by Adetulle Ayaji. And we do have a couple of new ones, including the Annapolis Area Imagination Library, the Annapolis Pride, as well as the Anne Arundel County Food Bank, and Annapolis Green, which were all new this year. So we can see here in the columns where they requested, as well as the final recommendations. So these, we all did come to, the final recommendations, we all did come to as a panel. And let's see, so the next were the ones that I reviewed, and we do have about 4 new that I reviewed this year. Those were the Tennis Alliance of Anne Arundel County, the Anne Arundel Conflict Resolution Center, the Salvation Army, as well as the United States Lighthouse Society. And we have the ones that Janine Coughlin reviewed. The new ones this year are Maryland Therapeutic Riding, the National Trafficking Sheltered Alliance, as well as OLA. And Julie Donnelly, she was able to review new ones, including the Friends of Eastport Volunteer Fire Company, the Junior League of Annapolis, Kingdom Care, Let's Go Boys and Girls Club Incorporated, and the Heritage Baptist Church Food Pantry.
So I reviewed the next group, and the only new group that I had was Serenity Sisters. Are we just going through the new ones? Then Patty, you want to share yours?
So I reviewed 7 of the applications, and of course, the ones that are close to my heart are the ones that provide services to children and youth. A couple of mine were new. Annapolis Trust, which is a scholarship program, that was a new one this year, focusing specifically on a summer camp called Vision in the Annapolis Gardens community. The other new one was the Assistant League of Chesapeake, which is a funding program for school uniforms for all of the students at Tyler Heights Elementary School. Those were the 2 new ones, and the rest are ones that we have funded before, including the Annapolis London Town and South County, the Heritage, which is, I believe, a match.
Okay. So our next panelist that was unable to join us today but did review, their only new one was, Teresa's was the only new one was the Children's Theater of Annapolis, and they were trying to provide free tickets for their events at Maryland Hall. And I think that is it.
And in summary, we have about 52 proposals totaling $1,087,483. And we awarded those 52 organizations with the $300,048. And that was it.
So in your packets, you should have a document that has a quick description of what each organization requested, as well as what city they are from, the project's title, and where they will be implementing their project and how much they're requesting. So we wanted you guys to have that information as you're reading through the whole packet. Additionally, we have the presentation in there, and we created a report that just had the guidelines of what we agreed upon as a group to make decisions, and then the final recommendations as well. So that's it for us. If there's any questions?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all of the documentation and notes that you provided us. That really is helpful. I have a couple of questions for you. You said there are 5 organizations that did not submit applications. My tendency would be, if they did not submit an application, that we would not award them with anything. Can you just explain kind of the thought process of why they were still awarded?
So they weren't awarded. We just wanted to make note of it so you knew that one of these organizations did reach out to us past the deadline, and we said the deadline has passed, we're sorry. And then the rest did not reach out, but since one did, we wanted to make note of the groups that were, didn't apply this year.
Okay, thank you.
So that if you want to consider that as well in your recommendations to be able to have.
Okay. And did you receive a report on all of the 2023 grant recipients who did or did not include their quarterly reports? And did you have access to those quarterly reports?
Yeah, so within our panel, we had Teresa Wellman, who does the block grants, and then also Julie, as well as ourselves, who have 2 grant programs this year. So we were discussing all of those and saying were the organizations that apply to the community grant program for next fiscal year and received funding from the city from any of these grant programs, were they compliant currently? And that is why we took some funding off of, I think it was 3 organizations.
So there were 3 organizations that did not provide quarterly reports.
That did not, that were not compliant at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'm still trying to absorb it all. Like I said, I was reading through over the weekend, and I do, like I said, I appreciate all of the detail that you've provided us. It's nice to be able to see the insight into determination of certain aspects. I think that's my
Do you want
current
me
question.
to go and I'll come back
Yeah.
to you then, so you
Please.
can think? Okay, thank you so much for this very comprehensive review. On the decision criteria, just, some logistic questions. With the 7 of you, was that a vote to
Yes.
that was by majority for the criteria? Similar to what Alderman O'Neill asked, I'm a little confused on page 7. And this doesn't, I'm not suggesting to reduce any, but it just seems like these 2 contradicted each other. You say that the organizations awarded $15,000 or more in fiscal year 23 will have their funding reduced by 25% in order to make room for the new organizations. But then then you say organizations that were compliant with the grant requirements will receive leveled awards. So I was looking in particular at, the Lighthouse or the other one that's 20 or so. I thought it was Lighthouse that I didn't think.
So I can
Like
share a little
Maryland
bit
Hall,
more about that. There was two organizations that we thought were really important for the
Yeah, this isn't a reflection on that, but just the,
for the community, and one was Maryland Hall and the free programming that they provide for the city in terms of arts for children and youth and families. And the other one was Lighthouse, because they are the one main organization that is providing services to our homeless community. So we try to save those
From the
in terms
reduction.
of giving them general large reductions.
did you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. The ones that didn't submit in time, where they, did you confirm that they did receive notification, or, and I'll follow up with them?
Yes. Wanna talk about it?
Oh, sure. So Julie Donnelly with the Finance Department, she had reached out multiple times. There were also announcements for the Annapolis Community Grant as well. So for any grantees that applied last year in fiscal year 2023, she sent emails and other notifications out to those agencies to give them a chance to apply.
Okay. And my last question, as far as the reports, I know Julie isn't here, but, you know, were they successful in providing on the majority quarterly reports, or were you getting them, you know, were they meeting the requirements?
We didn't manage that process, but we can speak to it since Julie shared with us.
Yeah.
And it was part of our decision-making process that there were organizations that were submitting late, but as long as, for us, as long as they had their quarterly reports in by the time we were looking at them right at this time, we considered that compliant. As long as they were actually submitting reports. If they had not submitted any reports, then those are the groups that we considered not compliant.
And I think that was also part of a recommendation in terms of if you're given a $2,000 grant and you spend the money in the first quarter, that's why we recommended maybe a legislative change in terms of the quarterly reports, changing to an annual report or something of that nature.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I did want to mention that the Annapolis Area Imagination Library, the city says Arnold, but I know in fact that she's operating in Annapolis. In fact, she attended the Bay Ridge Gardens Coffee with a Cop last week to get children. It's a really cool program. It's run through the Dolly Parton Imagination Library.
Yes.
It's children ages 0 to 5
Yeah.
receive a free book every month. Anybody can sign up for it. But anyhow, the director from there has reached out to me several times. She's also attending the Parole Elementary School movie night with us. So I just wanted to correct that it's not Arnold, that it is Annapolis.
Okay.
I think it is where she's from, yeah.
That's Linda Bobber's organization, Linda's?
Yeah, it's the other person.
Oh,
Paula?
Yes. She's a retired librarian, I believe, from Tyler Heights.
okay.
I'm sorry.
My last question was, the county, did you look at if they some of them were supported by the county? I'm not really sure what I'm getting at there, but did you look at their other sources of funding? I guess I should ask it that way, yeah.
So, I mean, if we knew about it
Yeah,
and we're able to share that amongst ourselves, but not really.
Yeah.
You can tell by the budgets they have. If they have,
Yeah.
if their annual budget is $500,000 or $2 million or $10,000, then that sort of gives you a picture, but we don't know exactly where that funding is from, whether it's county, state, foundations, et cetera.
okay. And I know Jody isn't here, but maybe Kay could answer. What is the policy as far as developing this amount for the public? Because it's,
Sure. Katie Conley, Budget Manager. You're talking about the total 348,000?
yes,
We just kept it consistent with prior years.
okay,
So last year we added 6,000 via the amendment process. It was 342. But if you look back, it's at least 3 years we've kept it around that amount.
okay. So if anything was added, as an amendment, it would come out of the one-time expense as far as,
So last year, we did use one-time funds
yeah,
for this program.
yeah. And would it take a resolution to increase the budget in its entirety? for next year?
No, it's something that the administration would tackle.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Alderwoman Pendle Charles thank you. Alderwoman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry that I'm late this morning,
no,
traffic,
we
and I
all-
couldn't find my house keys, but that's another story. Anyway, you asked the same question that I was going to ask. Do you all check what their funding sources are from other places? I mean, I've heard colleagues ask that question in various situations. For me, that's important. But you've answered the question, but I think it maybe needs a little deeper dive. As we often say, you know, the Board of Ed, the county, they have that much and we have that much. And I'm not trying to minimize anybody because they all need the funding and more. We do know the need. But I think that's something that needs to be looked at in the future because we do want other sources of funding coming into these organizations. We're not going to be necessarily the last stop or the pit stop, but I think it would be good to know. And that might be part of your criteria next time around. But just a suggestion, my 3 cents worth. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Noted.
I forgot to add that I do commend you on distributing it so that everybody that applied. I don't think you did that last year, right? No, right.
I was going to say, no, that did not happen
I don't
last
think
year.
we've ever done it that way. If I can recall, maybe Alderwoman Pendle Charles knows, but I think it's very equitable that everybody applied, got something.
And it is getting more difficult too with the increase in applications, which is a great thing, meaning that we have more nonprofits to serve our populations and do great things in our city. But with 52 applications and a smaller budget, it makes it difficult.
Yeah, it is just amazing, the assortment, for lack of a better word. I mean, everything from, therapeutic riding to trafficking, Yikes. Alderman O'Neill, did you? Oh, Alderman.
One other comment, you all have done a tremendous job. I want to go on the record by saying that this is not an easy selection process because there are a lot of organizations who really extremely deserving of funds. And this may even encourage others to start nonprofits to do some other work that we may be having a gap within the city. But thank you all for being yeomen and your women for this process.
Thank you.
So the next step is going to the city council with this.
Right. I do have another question.
Okay. Go ahead, Alderman O'Neill.
Based on reading their applications, and I know that you used, a sense of giving everybody something, would you recommend that the council look at increasing that overall budget? Are you happy with keeping it the same? Are there other ways or other organizations? I mean, I've always been told that the community grants were basically originally intended to bring in community organizations that were providing services that the city itself was not able to provide through current services. So would your recommendation be keep it at the current funding level? I'm not trying to give away money, I'm just asking.
Everyone's like, so I would say we were pretty amazed by the projects presented this year. And there was a lot of them as we were sharing what we had read independently and individually for the decision-making process. I think we were really astounded by what was presented. We are understanding that we also are coming out of a pandemic and that there are organizations that are struggling currently. So I think that has to do with why we have so many more applying this year. And then what you just mentioned, that there are things that we do not provide ourselves as a city and that we cannot provide as the city. So this program is great for being able to create those partnerships and provide that support in our community.
I would say from a practical standpoint, so many of these organizations, and I don't want to really point out a few, but there are so many that really they supplement the services from the schools, the STAIR program. You can tell when you're in a rec center and a child is in 3rd grade now and they went through the STAIR program in 2nd grade. They are more proficient readers. There are these programs that we need, the backpack buddies. So many of our children go home on the weekends and are the Backpack Buddies provides food for their family and for the student. So a lot of these programs are so critical that the city can't possibly provide support for. So increased funding, I would say, I would love it, because I would love to get CRAB, getting kids out on the water that may not otherwise be able to have the experience when they live in a city that's surrounded by water. So those are just, and I'm not trying to single any out better than the others, but those are just a few that just come to mind that provide those supplemental services and programs that are really vitally needed by especially our children.
And I would say for the future, even though we had like 52 different organizations that, went across the spectrum, there are still gaps. And so I would think that increased funding would definitely help invite new organizations that would fill in those gaps. I know one of which was definitely the special needs population, something that's very near and dear to my heart. And there are some organizations that touch upon that, but nothing that truly focused on that particular population. So yes, but definitely love if we could put some more funding into funding the folks that are already doing the big work here in the city.
Great. Thank you.
Could we just drill down into just the organizations themselves, just a couple of ignorant questions on my part. Sort of exciting for the public to know about, I think it's with HACA perhaps, the Live Water Foundation. Who did that one?
Live Water.
Whose assignment was that?
I didn't do that, but they are a newer nonprofit, and they are one of the most caring board of directors that I've ever worked with. We did swimming lessons with them last year, where they provided swimming instructors, certified lifeguards. It was through a program through Annapolis United with Truxton Park, and we brought 12 children to the pool, and this group of fabulous volunteers got the children comfortable with the water. By the end of our 4-week session, they were going down the sliding board at the pool, children that would not go in the water at first. So it was pretty amazing. So they're a nonprofit that their goal is to get people out on paddleboards, out into the water, but I think that they've seen the need for swimming instruction first. So just a really great group of volunteers that is really committed to giving children that wouldn't otherwise, again, have experiences on the water. I think the guy that owns the SUP founded Live Water Foundation. And again, they're a fabulous group of people to work with. We're working on swimming lessons and paddleboard instruction right now. We're going to do 2 camps this summer. The police department is with them this summer.
I don't even want to ask where the swimming lessons are. Touchy subject right now.
Madam Chair, I have something to add to what Ms. Patty has said.
Sure.
Last year, there was somewhat of an emergency, and the funding, or there was some communication gap, and the young lady who reached out to me was one of my old Sunday school students, and so I got them in touch with the powers that be to get this all going, and I was so thrilled to hear about how it all turned out last year. So it is a new organization, and they finally kind of got over the hump, and I'm so glad to hear the final report.
Yep.
Thank you.
They're doing a good job.
Director Malinoff, could you verify that our new Director of Parks and Recs is familiar with this program? Just because of the interface in swimming lessons, and I know that that's one of her initiatives.
Madam Chair, Michael Malinoff, City Manager. I don't know off the top, but I will ask.
Thank you. Alderman Gay is here.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I actually sponsored the amendment last year for this. This was Live Water. This is in my ward, and they do meet at the Eastport Terrace Harbor House pool. Kevin Haggis is the CEO, and they have a fantastic group. They, set up scenarios within the pool to teach for, swimming. They go through like kayaking and all of that stuff. Very good group. The issue that they ran into last year, and I hope it doesn't run into this year, is that these grants take so long to process. And I don't know if you all talked about that with MIT. I mean, you would think it'd just be a simple check request and it'd be out. but they didn't end up getting their money until like December. So they had all of these people that on staff that they were supposed to be paying that they could not pay. And so that has to be checked when we're dishing out $343,000 in community funds and programs aren't getting the money until September. Fire alarm.
I forget that.
Too much printing.
Resources kicked in, but that took me back to school.
We're waiting on Julian to get back inside the building.
All right. We're back. Thank you, students. That was good. Everybody to their seats. That was a false alarm. Alderman Gay, did you have any other questions?
I think I was,
Yeah,
is it my turn or I think she was first?
go ahead, Alderwoman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Alderman Gay. Just picking up on something Ms. Lee indicated and you all have mentioned about a gap between the special needs. Krista Belanca, who works for Anne Arundel County Public Schools and Infants and Toddlers Program, and she may know of an organization who could fill that niche, maybe not necessarily funding for this year, or maybe so, that we could reach out to see where that niche could be filled here in the city. I know a couple of years ago, we tried to start several programming within some of our underserved communities and didn't quite kind of go over, and then the pandemic came. But that might be a source of a nonprofit that may be able to fill that niche that you indicated.
No, thank you so much, because I know Child Find, Infants and Toddlers, they are just two wonderful programs that I know help get children prepared for public school. So yes, thank you for that resource. I'll definitely reach out to them as well.
Yeah, we can reach out to them to encourage them to file an application. So just a tidbit. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And last year it got a little bit weird, but there's no religious bias, no religious conflict here or bias. Remember with the churches. Okay. Well,
So
go ahead. Yeah.
you passed an ordinance that has removed that as a conflict.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for reading that. And then the last one that I just wanted to drill down in is this Brendan Corporation. I only, because I did not know what it was. Brendan. It's a sailing camp. And did we give to them before? Oh, similar to CRAB? So is Brendan similar to CRAB in their initiatives? Right.
I don't think so. CRAB is Chesapeake Regional Accessible Boating,
Yeah.
and then Brendan is for adults and children.
Okay.
What we do with CRAB is we do kids from underserved communities, and I think that Brendan focuses on children with learning disabilities, which is really. I have not done anything with them, but would love to. But we haven't done anything with them yet.
All right.
So they work with youth with learning
Okay.
differences like dyslexia, ADHD, and autism. And specifically to this program, what they're doing is partnering with the Annapolis Sailing School to provide support for those kids to go
Learning
through that program.
disabilities. Wow, that's fantastic. Alderman Gay.
Just a couple quick questions. I will be proposing amendments to this, in particular for two of them. They get entirely too much money of our community grants. We're very small thin in resources when it relates to the community grants. Maryland Hall has consistently gotten $20,000 from us, but they also have a significant amount of resources from state partners, the county. Like I think could do without our $20,000. Additionally, you also have on Community Action Agency for their full or not full amount, they're $7,000 short. Last year they got $27,000. This year we're giving them $20,000. Can you have a little further explanation on that? And particularly in the fact that if I pick up the phone right now, or if you pick up the phone right now, I'm willing to bet 9 times out of 10 you won't get through to anyone. And if you walk to the building right now, which is on West Street, I frequently see people tugging at the door trying to get in. Nobody's ever there. But we consistently give them upwards of $20,000 from our community grants.
In space, right? In space, Dwan.
So
Exactly, and they have space in the Clay Street corridor.
to start with Maryland Hall, this is one that we did talk about a lot, and we did discuss the fact that they do have a much larger annual budget than any other group, but we also then looked at their application, and it's for providing their free services to the Annapolis community, and that's where we started to say, okay, well, if this is going directly into providing free programs and free events, then this is something we want to be supporting. So that, I think, is sort of the basis of where our decision came from. Community Action Agency is one of the groups that we also decided to give a 25% cut to, as we were trying to make room for other organizations, but also because they happen to be one of the ones that wasn't currently compliant in their reporting.
Yeah, so 25 should be 50, in particularly because the amount is so large. If they were not compliant in the previous year, well, then we turn around and give them $20,000. That's, those are the only two amendments I plan to propose. And just to share those with smaller organizations, I'm looking at a number of them on here that offer free services and do fantastic work. South Forest Drive Business Association, SOFO, they do good stuff. Some of these, the Film Festival is a good group. They didn't get their full acts. Annapolis Pride is a fantastic group. Again, the Annapolis, London Town, and South County Heritage, we fund them every year to the max capacity. And to my knowledge, it's like some sort of matching requirement that we're supposed to do. How do we is there an MOU for that? Or how are we tied into giving them $28,000 or $21 this year, $1,000 every year for matching grants? Is that written into the code anywhere, or is that just a verbal agreement that was made?
So you might have more experience on this than I do since you have seen these grants every year. For us, we saw that it was a matching grant. We made note of it, and the decision will ultimately be the city council's. And because this has consistently been that number, we kept it at that number. You mentioned SOFO and Annapolis Pride. We did keep those at the number they asked for, even though Annapolis Pride was a new organization this year applying, and it was going to be over the 5,000 cap. And then for reductions, although when you look at community actions agencies' numbers, those are very large. If you do that same percentage cut to smaller organizations, it can hurt them significantly. So we wanted to do something that was consistent across the board, which is why we landed at 25.
But I would think that consistency would be that if you aren't compliant, we just shouldn't give you a grant at all. Because there are organizations that are doing the work, charting careers, that, you know, could very much use the additional $10,000 if from other organizations that have not been consistent with their applications and grant processes. I mean, you all run OCS and receive and have to apply for grants. If you aren't applying for the grant appropriately, or, you know, filling in the biannual, I think, check-ins or whatever, they'll take the money from you. And so that's just my thing. But I appreciate the time very much. I had a chance to talk to Ms. Norris at length about this, and I always am just so pleased with the nonprofits that do this. This is really good stuff.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
And I would like to say, Creating Communities was actually absorbed by Maryland Hall as of November of 2022, which was probably one of the reasons why they didn't apply for the grant. But it goes back to that free programming. I believe it's Mr. Starks, Kenny Starks, who is running programming through Maryland Hall, having absorbed what Creating Communities was doing, if that helps.
Yeah. I'm going to try to stay factual without, the Maryland Hall has new leadership, Ms. Jackie Coleman, and it appears that her initiatives, at least from my perspective, are more community-based and mental health related. She has a meeting with legislators quarterly, and I was impressed with her artwork programs, which she reaches out to disadvantaged communities to have some art displays, and then to address mental illness. She has seminars, so it's a little bit different than before because of her leadership. So I'm excited about those initiatives. Is that fair to say? Was that your impression?
I think so. I think, and also with Mr. Starks, I think Ms. Ronche Clark is doing stuff there as well. I know that they have reading poetry there. One of the Youth of the Year that was nominated, she has conversations with Khalees there, which again is outreach to the community.
All right, any other questions? Oh, you're good? We're good? Okay, well, thank you so much for this comprehensive review. I apologize that Alderwoman Finlayson wasn't here, but I'm sure she might have some questions that she can talk to you about. And then we'll take it from here.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for what you do. Have some snacks. Animal crackers are not that good. Oh, wait. Yeah. I did, but I have to go to my office. Yeah. Do you have your keypad?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Can you guys just wait a bit? I have to give you your diploma. Hold on. This is definitely on. Excuse me. Be right back.
We are still live.
We are still.
We are still live.
It's National Fair
I only have,
I'm not sure, but the county executive just.
you ready, Aaron? We're, all right. I think I can, huh?
We're also still live.
Oh, we're still live. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
it's
that's
fine.
okay. I'll just do it. Woo! Sorry, it's better than before. Thank you very much. All right. For the public watching, you'll just have to be here if you want to know what that was. So we're going to do a break, and we can't go right into police because they're scheduled at what time? What time? Okay, sorry, we're going to have to just reconvene. We thought we'd need 2 sessions for community grants, but so we'll take a recess and reconvene at 12:15. Okay. City manager? I think so. It's so confusing. Yeah. Okay, we're back from recess, and we're on the last presentation of the day, which is the police department. As you all know, in the code, the Finance Committee meeting is to report to the City Council on the budget, so that's why you're presenting today. And we have a whole hour, including questions, though. We're really glad to see you here, Chief Jackson. And if you could introduce your team and get started whenever you're comfortable.
Yes, ma'am. I'll start off by saying, first of all, good morning, or good afternoon, I'm sorry, good afternoon. I'll start to my far left. That's Craig Medley, who helped put together the PowerPoint. Of course, to my immediate left would be Acting Captain Dave Miguez. To my right is his better half, Captain Amy Miguez. To her right is the Chief of Patrol, and that's Justin Klondis. And to his right is my Captain, Lamar Howard. I think that's everybody. Good, and I've remembered everybody. So that's starting off very well. So good morning.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Oh, could you hear me? You could hear me, okay. Okay, the Annapolis Police Department, its mission or its vision, they're both kind of intertwined, but at the core of what we do is to protect life and property, prevent and reduce crime, maintain order, and enforce the law within our community while protecting the constitutional rights and dignity of those we serve. Yes, and the next slide would be the org chart, and that's under revision. I asked that the org chart not be revealed because there's some changes that I want to make, important changes. I don't know if you would characterize it as fundamental, but very important, and it reflects, it strengthens, I think, the org chart that I will display. Some things we are able to implement right away. Some things are what we want to do in the immediate future, but it's more in line with a stronger community policing model. So I will make sure that the council gets that very soon. But I'm sorry. Here's our personnel. I'll start off to my left. Depending on what vantage point you're watching from, but I'll draw your attention to Office of the Chief of Police. We have 2 sworn members and 3 civilians, myself, the Deputy Chief, and 3 civilians. The Administrative Division, we have 15 sworn and 24 civilian, and Acting Captain Miguez, if you have any questions, Dave Miguez, I should say, could answer any questions in more specific. Then we have community outreach. We have 10 sworn members, sworn being, of course, police officers who have the authority, arrest powers, and 5 civilians. The operations division, we have 23 sworn members and 6 civilians. Patrol division is our largest division, 58 sworn police officers and 14 civilians. And professional standards, 2 sworn and 6 civilian. Office of the Chief, of course, is presided over myself. I'll put some names to these blocks, being that we don't have the organizational chart presented. The Administrative Division is commanded by Acting Captain Dave Miguez. Community Outreach is commanded by Captain Amy Miguez. Operations Division is commanded by Captain Lamar Howard. Patrol Division is commanded by Justin Klondis, and Professional Standards is commanded by our civilian commander, our only civilian commander, and that's Major Rhonda McCoy, retired Major Rhonda McCoy.
I do want to point out for the Administrative Division, there's 15 sworn. That includes currently about 8 officers who are either on sick or medical or in academies, police academies, so that the bulk of our sworn personnel are distributed between patrol, operations, and community outreach.
I'll speak to this, and then, if there's any questions, some of these or most of these, we'll have the commanders to kind of chime in and elaborate on what I missed. I'll just kind of give an overview. And our 2023 budget accomplishments, while our crime statistics are not yet finalized for the time period covered by the current budget, preliminary numbers show that there was an overall estimated reduction of 12% in violent crimes from 2021 to 2022, and our numbers for 2023 are trending lower than those of the same period last year. Property crimes saw a 29% reduction in burglaries between 2021 and 2022, but the thefts and motor vehicle thefts increased, a trend we have seen regionally as well, really regionally and nationally. In all, we are estimating a 3% increase in total crime between 2021 and 2022. I also would add that we're calculating our crime slightly different using the National Incident-Based Reporting System. Historically, we've used the Uniform Crime Reports. The National Incident-Based Reporting System reports every crime that has been committed under one incident. Historically, we've counted the most serious crime, and we wouldn't count the subsequent crimes, but now we're counting everything. So that's in part the reason for increases during this period.
Can I use chair privilege here? I have to ask this question, I'll be thinking about it while you're talking. The personnel slide, it's off by 1 with what's in the book. That adds up to 168. Is that supposed to reconcile with what's in the budget book? I'm sorry.
No. Good eye. So we have one part-time employment agreement employee currently. So she's in Munis, and she will not be in for FY24.
Oh, okay.
So that's the distribution of those numbers there.
Without her?
Correct.
Okay, but she's in the...
She is currently in Munis.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry,
No.
Okay, I can get
That's
that out
what
of my
we're
brain
here for,
now. Keep going.
The second part of that, APD cleared 50% of the homicides committed. And let me say as a sidebar, that number can be a little bit misleading because I think we have a pretty good leads, and Captain Howard is here, and I know that he could speak to that, but we have a case that we feel is ready for prosecution. So I'm hopeful that any day, maybe by the end of the day, if God really blesses the APD and these men and women sitting here at this table, that at any day, any moment, we can get that up to 100%. But I'll go back. This is number 2 that I'm on. APD cleared 50% of its homicides committed during the budget cycle, utilizing technology and other methods the department budgeted to solve violent crime incidents. APD also saw a 50% clearance rate for shootings, which leads most agency clearance statistic rates in the region. We also rely on IT, continuing to quickly update and install city CCTV cameras. I just want to make one quick comment. I know my time is limited, but I want to point out the 57% clearance rate is really superb, given, as it states in the presentation, given the rates for other agencies. And I attribute that to the dedicated work of my commanders as well as the uniform and detectives. We really have a good core group of men and women serving the Annapolis Police Department. I couldn't have been, in my 41 years associated with law enforcement, I couldn't be more proud of the efforts of the men and women of Annapolis Police Department. So I just wanted to, that's as a sidebar.
Could you define what a clearance rate means?
Yes, it's the clearance rate is the rate of crimes that are solved.
Okay, solved crimes.
And, violent crime is become increasingly more difficult as a lot of shootings and homicides are attached to the drug trade. And, violence is no longer, Alderwoman Tierney, confined to just the community. And so when we take nothing, no leads at all in development, but developing those leads by utilizing technology such as CCTV, and many people don't realize the number of hours it takes our detectives to go over camera footage for an entire city. And we've solved crimes, just by having the patience and the determination to pretty much cover. Sometimes it takes 80 hours of footage for a detective to sit there and say, oh, that's the tag or that's the individual. So again, I can't be more proud of the leadership as well as the rank and file when it comes to making Annapolis as safe as we can make it. And my motto as the chief of police is that if we can't prevent it, ideally we want to prevent it, but if we can't prevent it, then we're going to do our very best to bring those persons responsible into a court of law. Accomplishments continued. The APD Positive Impact Program, also known as reentry, but we have a motto. Our reentry program helped several groups of at-risk Annapolis community members attended and complete job training programs with our partners. The NCIA, which is the National Center for Initiatives and Alternatives, and the University of Maryland. Not only did these at-risk members find jobs, but they also built stronger ties with the Annapolis Police Department. The program also helped people enrolled in the partner drug treatment program, assisted in relocating crime victims and witnesses, and co-hosted job resources. Again, real quick, a lot of times the state's attorney, the responsibility legally to relocate witness rests with the state's attorney. However, here in Annapolis, which is unique, we rely on other resources that's tied to the reentry when they are not witnesses yet. But when they're under the threat, before they become state witnesses, we have often relocated them to ensure that their safety until we can develop enough information that we can get them enrolled with the state's attorney's office. Number 4, APD sought and was awarded $1.6 million of state and federal grant funding to assist with crime and community initiatives, improve technology, and to purchase or improve equipment. The grant awards continue to be pivotal, engaging the community and gaining assistance in creating a safe environment for Annapolis residents. APD strengthened its collaboration with state and federal law enforcement agencies through new MOUs, Memorandums of Understandings. APD partnerships with the federal and state agencies has yielded significant benefits in minimizing sales of illegal narcotics in Annapolis by seizing large quantity of drugs and monies during this budgeted cycle. APD is in full compliance, and I'm very proud, thanks to, she's not here today, but our professional standards manager, really everybody at this table played a part, but led by Rhonda McCoy, our professional standards. APD is in full compliance with the Maryland Police Accountability Act of 2021. APD hired 18 officers and 11 civilian employees during this budget cycle. APD continues to maximize limited resources to recruit new employees. We also leverage grant funding to hire civilians for positions needed due to the Maryland Police Accountability Act. Real quickly, number 7 is important to note because many of these mandates are unfunded. And so, in between times, like in late October of 2020, we've had to come up with the funding, absence of in addition to our budgeted expenses, we had to find money to be in compliance with the law. And thanks to Dave Miguez and Rhonda McCoy, we were able to secure grant funding to make sure that it didn't disrupt our budget. So I'm very grateful and proud of them for accomplishing that.
So just hopefully the public is listening. You hired 18 officers this budget cycle?
So the 18 officers we hired in FY22, we also had 18 officers separate during FY22. Okay. FY23, this current budget cycle year to date, we have hired 10 and we've had 7 separate. So I would say we are turning the tide. A lot of that has to do, I'm thankful for the negotiating efforts between the city and the Sworn Police Officers Union, the UFCW. for the market adjustment in pay. I think that kept a lot of people here, and as well as attracting new hire officers and lateral officers from other agencies. So we're still going as hard as we can, as creatively as we can to keep our officers here as well as our civilians and bring new employees in to fill all the vacancies that we have. That's the end goal.
Madam Chair, are we asking questions
Yeah,
as we go along?
that was just an, oh, wow, I had to interject, so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, internal and external agency interactions. Coordinated plan, emergency response to incidents with and these are still the accomplishments. Coordinated planned emergency response incidents with the Annapolis Fire Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and Anne Arundel County Police Department. And I remember the governor's inauguration and OEM citywide preparedness exercise that was commanded by Captain Amy Miguez. She was the on-scene commander that day that Governor Westmore was inaugurated. We partnered with state, and I bring that up because that was a huge operation. I was down there drinking coffee, and thanks to Amy, everything went off without a glitch from the APD side. We partnered with state and federal agencies through a task force and memorandum of understandings to address organized crime, illegal firearms, narcotic sales, and distribution, and several seizures of narcotics and firearms in 2022 and 2023. And if we have time or during questions, a lot of that stuff that Captain Lamar Howard can answer, and I'll have him to share that with you. And then last, we partnered with AA County and the Governor's Office on Crime Control, Prevention, and Youth Services by participating on boards and forming alliances that target social inequities. And of course, that's my passion. I still feel gratified when we lock up bad guys, though, I should say on the record, but I also like to partner to deal with some of the social problems that causes crime in the first place. That's the best way that we can prevent crime is by dealing with some of the social inequities that cause it in the first place. And then under that, it says community conversations with Annapolis Pride on safety. Captain Amy Miguez just had a big meeting with them maybe a week and a half ago with the LGBTQ plus individuals and people of color. Strategic goals. The department has 4 key indicators that drive strategic goals: safety, trust, excellence, and optimization of resource management. All the values of mine, very important. Goal 1, create security conditions which make Annapolis residents and visitors feel safe and enable a strong and cohesive community. Goal 2 is to strengthen our efforts to earn public trust and cooperation. Strategic goals continue. Goal 3 is achieve and sustain organizational excellence. Goal 4 is strengthen our workforce, optimize resource management. Long-term goals. We want to fully integrate the 6 pillars of 20th century community policing, the 20th century community policing model to take a social approach to crime prevention while maintaining core to provide public safety through enforcement of criminal statutes and apprehending violent offenders. And again, I always articulate that it's a multi-task approach. On one end, we still operate under the rule of law. At the core, what we do is enforce the law. But on the crime prevention part of it, to build that bridge that has occurred in law enforcement in many parts of the region. We want to make sure that Annapolis, the citizens feel good about what we do. Quality is with the customer. We see the community as our customers, and we provide the best service that we can provide. Another big long-term goal of mine is diversity within the police department. It's important that the police department is inclusive of everybody, that there's no one demographic that's a part of the police department. We value women, we value minorities, we value people from all ethnic, social, regardless of race, sex, sexual orientation, et cetera. And then I want to reorganize and redirect resources to align with the agency's direction towards a strong community policing philosophy, and then collaborate with institutions of higher learning. That's the one thing that we haven't realized, to my satisfaction, is to collaborate with institutions of higher learning. Being a former full-time professor myself, I know the importance of that, of our staff and study policing community interactions. Okay.
Okay, so here we have the table that shows the increase from this current year to fiscal year '24. You can see the majority of the increase is in the salaries and benefits. There is a contractually negotiated pay increase for the sworn officers for FY '24. And as we get down through the next few slides, there's more details on the increases in the other areas. The pie chart, as always, shows where our biggest expenses is with salaries and benefits. The vast majority of our budget is related to that, the people who are working every day to carry out the mission and the vision of the police department. There's the next largest spot is contractual services, and like I said, we'll get into those increases here. So we've had some things within our line items have decreased. We've had some decreases, some cost savings. Some of those have been offset by other increases. The capital improvement increase there, the bulk of that is for HVAC work on our firearms range at the police department. It needs to be a self-contained HVAC system that's handling just the firearms range and is not mixed in with the rest of the building, which is the way that it's currently designed. And it's frequently suffering malfunctions because of it being linked in with the rest of the HVAC system for the rest of the building. We did have a significant decrease in our software for FY '24. Moving down to contractual services, you can see we've had some increases, some decreases. Some things have been moved from one account to another, which will show up as an increase in one area and a decrease somewhere else. Let's see. And then our supplies, and we've had, as the chief mentioned, training and education. We've had an increase in that, but that's to get us where we need to be with as well-trained a complement of employees as we can possibly have, and that includes both sworn and civilian personnel. Some of the clothing increases are due to ballistic vests that are coming up on expiration, and so I want to say we have about 25 officers who are coming up for renewal in FY '24. Let's see. And then moving on to our enhancements, we have 2 civil service conversions for positions and employees who have been in those positions. I believe they may have 1 year left before they hit that 5-year limit for employment agreement employees. We are reclassifying one of our police communication officer spots to a police communication officer supervisor position. We've had someone in an acting position, acting capacity in that position for some time now, so that will correct the positions to align with our current staffing of a supervisor and 2 communication officers on each shift. As you can see there, there's the firearms range HVAC system enhancement, and then a carport behind the police station for the tactical rescue vehicle, the ambulance that we received from the fire department and repurposed as a crisis negotiation team vehicle, and the new SWAT van that we finally had replaced. The tactical rescue vehicle known as the Bearcat, we have had to replace the windshield pieces in that vehicle twice, and the contractor has told us both times that it being out in the elements, especially the sun, has caused some delamination on those pieces of windshield. So the solution for that, as well as any other issues that it's going to suffer over the rest of the vehicle, is to keep that covered. They're designed to be stored covered at the very least, if not garage, inside some sort of garage. And then the security upgrades are related to the new access control system that MIT is switching to. And that brings us to the end of our presentation, and I'll open up the floor for questions.
Oh, I was going to say good morning, but it's afternoon now. So good afternoon. Let me begin by saying I apologize for being tardy. I was at school this morning with Captain Miguez and Officer Horn presenting a trade fair for the juniors, primarily for the seniors at Annapolis High School, trying to get young people into careers so that you don't have to meet them later on in their in their adulthood. And I think we were pretty successful, having kids, pursue trades, sign up actually for opportunities for training, as well as mentorships and internships, and summer jobs in the city of Annapolis. Annapolis was there. So it was a good showing. It's still going on. But I want to thank you, Chief, because Officer Horn has been working with me hand in hand. I hope he hasn't been neglecting other things to help me with this. But I know Captain Miguez and what's Officer Smikle's rank?
Corporal Smikle, yes.
Smikle was there when we left, and a couple of others. So anyway, I just want to say thank you, because that fair could not have been put on without the help of your team. And truly, truly appreciate it. And I know that the school system did. Superintendent Bedell came in early this morning, and we had the new, I guess it's afternoon now, the new secretary in the governor's office, the Secretary of Community Learning. And I know I have the title wrong, but it's a new department that Governor Moore has created that will allow young people who graduate from high school to have a year of service, a paid year of service in any number of career opportunities, not just nonprofits, but profit companies also. And then at the end of the year, they will get a $3,000 stipend, I think. And so Secretary Montero was there with us this morning also. He'll be sworn in tomorrow, but I'm calling it today. So it was, a great opportunity, and I want him to pick Annapolis kids for his first cohort. And so that's why I was very quick to invite him. And I did put that bug in his ear. I think about 25% of the 100 or 200 kids should be Annapolis kids. So we'll see. So anyway, I wasn't just being neglectful. I was doing what I do. So I do have some questions. And I hope I didn't miss anything. I tried to read quickly to catch up. But if you've already mentioned these things, then just tell me where to find the answers, and I will. Chief, you mentioned social inequities as far as it relates to reaching the community, just like the job fair today, I hope will help young people find jobs so that they have good careers and they are productive. What were you referring to when you're talking about social inequities?
I was talking about not only that, I was enjoying your remarks because that's precisely what I talked about earlier. We have to use the platform that we have as a police department to promote public safety by investing in those who historically been underserved. And so, but equally important is that we have to provide a safe city. At the core, what we do is enforce the law. So, you know, a really good example of that is, and when we talk about inequities, I mean the distrust, the historic distrust between police, selective enforcement, targeted enforcement that, you know, targets minority communities. No, we've long broke that mold. We don't have that problem in Annapolis. It's gratifying to hear you talk about exactly what Rob Horn was brought here to do. While at the same time, just this weekend, an initiative led by Captain Howard and his detectives and uniformed officers, Justin Kleinditz's troops, we took some real bad actors off the street and seized weapons from the city of Annapolis just this weekend. And so I've always want to articulate that we're doing both. And one is not above the other. At the end of it, that two-pronged approach, at the end of that is good public safety. And then those who pay their debt to society, that's the whole, the beauty of reentry. It's not personal as far as APD is done. All we want you to do is be in compliance with the law. And so we'll do everything we can to help you or take away that lifestyle that led you into the criminal justice system. So that's pretty much what I meant by social inequities.
Thank you. I wanted the community to hear exactly what you're referring to.
Yes,
So thank you for that. The other question as far as defining programming is community policing. You know, we all talk about it. We've been talking about it for 10 or 15 years. Exactly what is your model for community policing?
Well, ultimately, I want to model it as close as I can to 21st century policing, first introduced during the Obama administration, when it talks about the 6 pillars, and it deals with bridging the gap with communities. It deals with the officer wellness. It deals with, you know, officers, we say officers' wellness is very important. A large part of the Police Reform Act of 2021 deals with exactly that. We talk about police misconduct and we talk about excessive force and unnecessary force, but what we don't talk about enough, I think, as a society is the trauma that police face. And I think some of it's, one is tied to another. So we want to make sure that our officers are healthy, that they're physically fit, that they have a forum that they can go to when they experience trauma. Talk about sworn members. They're human beings, and you can't expect men and women to see the trauma that most people don't see time and time again and not be psychologically and emotionally affected by it. So my community policing model was in line with President Obama's 2021, the 6 pillars of policing. And so, but in that still is the ability to enforce the law. People are going to break the law for a lot of reasons. Those reasons that we can identify, we'll do our very best to correct it. Those we can't identify, then we have to put the community first and banish them from the community so they don't continue to victimize members of the community.
Thank you, Chief. You know, so many people think of community policing as simply having an officer walking the beat. And I wanted it to be clear that it goes far beyond just having sufficient number of officers in the right places at the right time.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that you have, when you were going through your org chart, that you have some positions that were grant funded. The non-sworn positions, I assume I think you said. So what's your plan for sustaining those beyond the grant funding, or is that a funding source that you think will go well into the future?
Well, yeah, I'll let you answer first, and I can comment somewhat too.
So those positions are currently funded under a grant from the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services under the PACT grant, Police Accountability grant. And we foresee that grant at least going for the next couple years, possibly longer than that. In speaking with Ms. McCoy, she believes that the state provided the grant because the state mandated legislation without providing funding. And so the money's there, law enforcement agencies just need to apply for it. And we did very well with that grant this year, and we even increased the amount for FY24. So she's done a really fabulous job getting those positions covered and justifying the need for those under the grant. And like I said, we do foresee those being continued, that grant being continued over the next 2 to 3 years. At some point, the need for the positions is not going to go away. So we will at some point be submitting enhancements for those to be civil service positions. But currently we're confident that we'll continue to get funding.
So we can't say that it's an unfunded mandate anymore. I know that we can, but
semantics, but yes.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you. Next question has to do with negotiations. I know what we did with salaries last year. But you mentioned, and I think we have a net increase of 3 officers from the numbers you gave.
Yes, that's correct.
So our number of retirees seems to be going down. Are we doing anything at the bargaining table for retention?
Yes. We have one of the other grants that we have also focuses on retention of officers. The Police Recruitment and Retention Grant, also through GOCAP. And I actually manage that grant, and so I periodically send out surveys to the sworn officers to get their input, and then we base what we're applying for, the grant monies that we're applying for, on the responses that we get, as well as historically what has worked. And the participation level in the various components of the grant. So there's that. There's also, we won't know how many officers we kept in FY22 and year-to-date FY23 because of the increase that the sworn officers received. But I would say it was at least a handful to several. And when you're only talking about 124 positions, when you lose 5 people, it is almost 5% of our complement. So I know that the union it continues to work on that. And I try to work with the union also because we all want our officers to stay here. And we want officers to come here. And we want the officers who are working here to be happy working here so that they want to stay here longer. So there's a few things that I've heard that the union's working on in their negotiations with the city. And I just, as admin commander, I try to make sure I'm doing everything that I can to keep people here and getting input on them, doing exit interviews. I know HR does their own exit interviews. I think when someone leaves the police department, they probably do half a dozen informal exit interviews because probably their immediate supervisor wants to know why they're going. I want to know because I want to know if there's something that we need to change and there's something we can change to keep people here. So we do a lot of follow-up with people, but there are some, if someone moves and they want to lateral to an agency that's closer to their home, there's not much that we can do about that.
And I'll just add to that one important thing. I meet with the officers, absent my command staff, once every 4 to 6 months, depending on how busy we are. And it's just me in a room with the officers. And
And you feel safe doing that?
oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. I tell them they all belong to me, regardless of rank. But, and what we talk about, Alderwoman Finlayson, is the very things that Dave just spoke about. And most officers leave because they don't feel valued. They get stuck in one division. And a big part of it is education and training. And as you saw, that's the one thing that increased in our budget is training. Officers love to go to training to enhance their skills. So if you can train an officer and they feel competent and professional in their approach to their daily duties, I'm not saying that's the only thing that retains them, but that's huge. And then when they can experience other things, when they have the opportunity to work in detectives or to get on the asset team or do other things, go to community outreach and do other things like that. And they have a diverse career that also helps to keep them engaged. And of course, many of our officers have young families. And so money is also a consideration, but I don't want them to give the, I believe, false impression that it's only money. It's things that we can do that you don't have to throw a lot of money and make sure that the work environment is as best that it can be.
Absolutely. Is there an effort, and I know you said your org chart was still a work in progress. Are you thinking about rotating your officers through the various divisions? Is that your doorbell or my doorbell? Oh, it's the mayor's office.
It is precedence for that. And I'll share. I came up in the police department where they had a police agent program, and the police agent program was a program that the federal government funded that gave extra money for college graduates. They compensated them. It wasn't a lot of money. It was like, what was it, Lamar, like $1,700 a year more. And one of the conditions of that money was to, these college graduates had to move around the department and experience, they wanted them to just experience detectives and work at the training academy, because that was an investment to keep them there, especially officers who came on with law degrees or graduate degrees who have been educators. Those skills you can use in law enforcement. So I'm all for that kind of model, because we do have tuition reimbursement too as a part of your grant, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, yes, and part of the grant is tuition reimbursement. So, I'm always, anybody knows me, I'm always, like yourself, Alderwoman Finlayson, I'm an educator too. I have been for a number of years. I was 15 years a full-time college professor, and I know the value of education. So I promote that just as much as I promote, getting guns off the street, because I think an educated officer is far less likely to engage in unnecessary force, because those critical skills that education teaches you. So I'm a big proponent of that. And those are the kind of things. I always tell officers, if you come on Annapolis Police Department for a degree, why not take advantage of the grant that they've procured to give tuition reimbursement? So
I was going to ask about tuition reimbursement. Is that something that's negotiated? Or do you only give it when you have the grant opportunities?
We only have that currently because of the grant from the state. The city stopped their tuition reimbursement, I don't know how many, but at least several years ago. And so we've applied for that. We had that same grant. This is, I believe, year 3 that we've had that grant. And that's been a component every year. And it's been a steady increase of officers participating in that.
I would hope that would be, and this is to Mr. Malinoff, that would be on our list of management interests, to have, a stipend for college reimbursement. In the last contract, of course, when dealing with educators, we used the University of Maryland rate, which was like $270 a credit or something. That was a little while ago. But we used a standard rate to reimburse employees. So I think that's a good initiative to pursue
Yes, ma'am.
in your negotiated agreement.
And equally important is, I think the best example of that is retired Sergeant Ricky Truitt, also supporting officers to obtain vocational skills, like he became a licensed electrician that benefited the whole city for a number of years. And so I would like to see officers become polygraphers and get those type of skills that doesn't require a college degree, but are highly sought after to enhance the skill level of the Annapolis PD.
We should have had, I guess he's not Officer Truitt anymore, Ricky Truitt this morning, to bring in some other young people that he could train up similarly. And by the way, APD was present recruiting, as well as Anne Arundel County and the dispatchers division out of Anne Arundel County. And I think there was interest on all fronts. You know, we often think that kids will shy away because you're in uniform, but I didn't see that. And Captain Miguez, I don't know whether you felt that this morning, but the kids are interested.
Yeah, definitely. We had a lot of kids come up and talk to us about the different jobs we have, because we not only have the dispatching police officer, we have a cadet program. So as soon as they're out of high school, they can come and be cadets with us. So it's a lot more than people think. It's not just people in uniform. And there's always the opportunity for people to come in one of those other positions to get an idea what our department is like, what it's like being a police officer, and it's really good experience. I started as a dispatcher.
So thank you again. Rents and leases. Are those supplies, materials? They're not space. Or are they?
Let's see here.
And I'm afraid I didn't write the page down, but you had rents and leases.
Yes, so the increase in our rents and leases is mostly due to storage of vehicles. When we have an incident, usually it's a violent crime that involves a vehicle. Sometimes it could be 2 or 3 vehicles. We end up having to store them for a certain amount of time. And when I say certain amount, it's really until we can get the okay from the state's attorney's office that it's okay to release those vehicles either to the owner or the insurance company if the vehicle's been considered a total loss. And so we have to pay for the storage of that vehicle at a private lot.
So it's more storage. I was thinking office space, but it's more of a storage thing. The ambulance, I assume that's the one that you've wrapped that's no longer an ambulance, even though it looks like
Yes,
an
ma'am.
ambulance.
That's correct.
Okay. I am shocked that the Bearcat needs to be inside. I thought that was our tank. And,
Well,
but the window
It's
can't.
not a tank.
I know, it's not a tank, but, you know, it's the closest thing we have, you know. So I'm just shocked that.
It's the weather. You have to realize that we got that, I want to say it was probably
2002, 2003?
Yeah. So, and while they are designed to be rugged vehicles, obviously, it's the sun and the weather on it for 20 plus years. Most agencies that have vehicles like that, I mean, that's one of the, I would say, unique circumstances of our smaller agency is we don't have some of the resources that larger agencies do that have those vehicles where they have a large, warehouse, garage set up, pole barn, whatever you want to call it, where those are kept indoors. And that's really the design, also for the ambulance. Again, where does the fire department keep their ambulances? Inside the firehouses. So I don't want to see the investment that we put into that. While there was a significant cost savings in getting that transferred from the fire department to the police department, all we paid for was the upfitting, the outfitting for the crisis negotiation team. I want to make sure that we protect that, as well as the SWAT van that we just recently got this year. And again, that was a replacement for a vehicle that we had been using for 20 years. So I want to make sure that those are protected as reasonably as possible so that we're not running into maintenance issues that are mainly just a cause of weather.
You understand my question about.
Yes.
Yeah. And those vehicles are too large to fit into our existing parking garage.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's part of the issue there.
I'm not objecting at all. I'm just surprised, that's all. The HVAC system, not just the one that's in the, at the range, but in the whole building. You know, last year we had the big tubing that went, you know, I lived, I think some of us lived through the renovations of that building. So, and I see Officer Klein, it's like, are we still having problems with that?
Yes, we do. And the only thing I can say is you would have to ask Public Works and their engineers why we have consistently had problems with that HVAC system since the building was renovated. What I have heard, unconfirmed, is that it wasn't sized correctly initially in the design phase, but I can't speak to that authoritatively.
Mr. Melanoff, do you recall any of this? And there's nothing, you know, that we can do, but I think we should have some understanding if this is going to be a recurring problem. We have to address it.
Councilwoman Michael Malinoff, City Manager. I do recall generally we hired outside counsel to litigate with the construction company and had a fairly large settlement, including issues related to the HVAC. I don't recall the level of details, but we can dig that up and see. But there were a variety of issues with that construction that we had to deal with.
Well, I know we can't go back to them because we already sued them, and
We prevailed, but I don't know where
right.
the funds went and
Yeah.
what it was.
so, but if it's going to be an ongoing problem, we should put it in as an ongoing expense, I think. Special events coordinator. Do you have your own special events coordinator?
That's correct. Retired Sergeant Paul Gibbs, and he's
Right.
been in that position for, off the top of my head, I believe it's 15 years. So he, coordinates all the police staffing for all the events that we have to staff. And he obviously works with the special events coordinator for the city, as well as other law enforcement agencies and the organizations, nonprofit groups that
Oh,
that
you
are
have it
at
as,
the events.
I'm sorry, you have it as an enhancement. So,
The enhancement is just a conversion from an employment agreement employee position to a civil service position.
okay. So that's the difference in salaries for that?
Correct.
Okay. Are your enhancements included, the 467,804? Are those things are they in the mayor's budget?
Yes, my impression from finance is that this is what's included. Yes.
Okay, so do you have any enhancements that are not in the mayor's budget?
We had two other enhancements. One was an increase to the salary of an employment agreement employee, our IT projects manager. The other one was an increase in salary for our crossing guards. And I believe that those may be getting included in the compensation study that HR is having done. And those are the only other two.
Okay. All right, I think you've answered all of my questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted one clarification on the second slides. In red, you notated overtime
Yes.
increase.
Yes, so we spend a lot of money on overtime, and it's difficult to budget how much we're going to need because the bulk of our overtime comes from detectives responding out for more serious incidents and then following up on investigations to those incidents afterwards. When there's a serious violent crime, I'm sure Captain Howard can speak to it, but the detectives come in and then they are on the clock working that until they get it to a point where they're either identifying the suspect and going out to apprehend them, or they may have, for the time being, run into dead ends, and they're going to then follow up, as the days and weeks go by. There was this unbudgeted increase in our overtime for this current fiscal year from the security detail here at City Hall. But like I said, the majority of the overtime comes from that. We have some overtime in staffing patrol with people if someone calls out sick. We also have some overtime in our communications center because of the staffing where we are. We've made some hires and we've retained a couple of them. Some of them we have not. We're currently in another process, processing applicants for police communication officers.
Also, I'll take responsibility for a lot of some of the overtime as well. In addition to everything that Dave said, I often do it because we have a more intelligence-based model. And with the intelligence-based model minimizes that stop and frisk and all that kind of stuff. So when we get good intelligence, I often authorize Captain Howard to, pay overtime if we don't have enough people on the street, as evidenced of this wonderful week we had. At least from a cop standpoint, we were able to see several weapons in the targeted areas that have been giving us problems. We actually were able to serve warrants and seize weapons this past weekend. That's a separate conversation, but a lot of that was overtime driven only because we got information ahead of time that certain things were going to happen, and we didn't want our regular staffing to be a barrier. So overtime is often not frequent, but often when we have initiatives that are important to the overall safety of the city.
Okay. And
Mr. Malinoff.
Oh, sorry, City Manager?
Yes, Madam Chair, Michael Malinoff, City Manager. On top of what the chief just said, if you recall, we were using one of their officers for the front door up until, I don't know, a month or two ago. So that was overtime and additional costs that they were bearing until recently.
May I?
And so, can I just finish my question?
Yes, please.
And so, in regards to that, it says overtime increase. It's in red. Kind of that puts up a red flag for me. If there was a little red flag there. You are not in a position in this fiscal budget where you're not authorizing overtime because you're short on funds? Is that?
No,
Okay.
we're not curtailing efforts as a result of not having overtime funds.
Okay.
It's regrettable that I can tell you we're currently over on our overtime budget. It's regrettable, but we are doing the work that we need to do for public safety, and not, the chief isn't, pulling back on the reins to try to stay close to budget.
So in talking about budget currently, perhaps we should be increasing the overtime budget?
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. That's the short answer.
Time's up.
Two people over there now.
Okay.
All right, no, he was just jumping up and down.
Okay.
Director Dickinson wanted it.
Yes, I would like to add to that. Jody Dickinson, Finance Director. Because of the ongoing vacancy issue, there is a lot of funding remaining in their salary budget to cover the overtime. And for the budget purposes, the salary budget and benefits combined into one big pool and can cover those without having to adjust the budget.
Okay, so we can be rest assured going into 2024 when we do have a full allotment of staff that we will still be able to possibly increase that overtime budget as needed.
So we, as in the past, have taken a vacancy allowance against their budget. I look forward to the day when we have a problem and have to add back to the police so they can hire all their positions, because I know the vacancies has been an ongoing issue, but I think if they were to hire everybody, and overtime was going over still, we'd have an issue and we'd have to come back to council for something.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you want to add to that?
Oh, my question was, I think, for Mr. Melanoff. You were going to answer one of the questions. What was your first question?
That was my first question. Overtime?
But it was overtime, but I wanted to recognize Mr. Malinoff.
Alderwoman, it was me kind of trying to get attention for Ms. Dickinson, because we've talked about this issue and look at the use of the excess salary funds towards overtime, and it balances out.
Okay.
So in theory, if you have a full allotment of officers, you won't need as much overtime anyway. Certainly there will be calls for that, but we think we're in a good position right now without adding any more, in spite of the chief's exhortations.
Thank you. So I do want to go on to the community policy. Thank you for asking that question, because I kind of had to ask, I had the same question. But in regards to that, as you were speaking about the 6 pillars, I actually Googled it really quickly and see that it actually is called that. And it's not just something in the city of Annapolis. But I think that would be a great public service announcement to kind of talk about that, because I get questions all the time about community policing and what it is. Are we turning our citizens into police officers kind of thing, where it's not necessarily that, it's a whole different ballgame. So that was just a suggestion I'd like to make.
Yes, ma'am. And what I've very frustratingly, people try to add a finite, develop a finite concept of community policing. It's at the core of it, it's a philosophy. Even those 6 pillars, it's a philosophy. And out of those 6 pillars, so many other issues can develop, so many programs. So it's ongoing. It's just a template, if you will. And I'm always cautious when people say, well, what is community policing? It's not like saying, what is a hat? You know what I mean? Or what is a pencil? I mean, it's a philosophy. And as long as we're partnering with the community, we're keeping the community engaged, we are legitimizing everything that we say we're going to do and treat our citizens as customers, service. I think that encapsulates a lot of what the 6 pillars are, and that's community policing. But it's not a definition, it's a philosophy.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. And I think you're right. We can do that for one of the Protect and Serve, in the Annapolis TV. I can talk about that, or one of my staff. All of us can speak to it.
That's great. Thank you so much for your.
Thank you. Just very quickly, Alderwoman Finlayson asked the question, a good question on the grant-funded staff. So that's really good news that you said we've got those for a couple more years. Smaller questions and a couple of macro. How does the cameras work? I saw there's a line item in the general fund, I believe, on revenues from cameras. Are you involved in that, the placement of them? I'm looking for revenue.
Well,
so how do we optimize that?
You and the speed camera company would be in good company. So we get, so the speed cameras that are set up in the city, the state law requires them to be within school zones. So they have to be within a certain distance of a school. And they're handled and maintained by a private company. And the private company takes their, expenses and costs of operating that system, and then the city receives what is left from the fines that are paid.
Okay. In the schools, do they have to be public schools, or is it?
No, ma'am. Okay. I believe they can be private schools as well.
Okay. How do phones work? You have a line item for phones. Is there, I thought we had some sort of central phone system. No? Just everybody has their own phone budget?
So that's part of our telephone budget is the, whatever our expenses are towards the, the central desk phones. But the other part of it are the cell phones that the officers are issued, and they're able to, they're required to log in when they start their shift. They receive their calls for service. They can see them on there. They're also able to, as we're currently moving forward, they're going to be able to run information on, for checking tags for stolen and people for warrants, things like that, through the phones. And the dispatchers are able to see where they are. We're also moving to a dispatching system. Currently, the officers are assigned to posts, and so when a call goes out in a certain post, that officer is assigned to it, and then there's a backup officer assigned with them. We're going to be moving to a location-based dispatch where it's whoever is the closest unit is dispatched to that call. And so we're hoping that that will help it'll obviously help with response times, but the question is whether response times really translate into more effective investigations and successful clearances of crimes.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah, they're also linked to our body-worn cameras and to our evidence system so that officer can take a photo and it gets directly input into our evidence system.
Okay. Congratulations on your persistent. I see that the enhancements that you have included are the ones that we didn't accept last budget cycle. So that's good news. When I look at external interactions slide, internal and external agency interactions, governor's inauguration, when was the last time you were asked to do an estimate of services for the where I'm headed, for the state, county? I'm talking about the fee in lieu of number that we get from the state, which I believe Mr. Malinoff is about 700,000 now, which is like just to put things in perspective, that's like 2 to 3% of just your staff number. So there's something I think just obviously skew about that number, and I really don't know how it's calculated or if it's just a number given to us, because I look at what you do here, and for example, I know the governor inauguration is a one-time thing, and that was a big deal, but there's no firewalls, bad term, between us and the county and the state, and we service it all, and I just want to make sure that we get a fair reimbursement for our services. And I just think that that's something we can't just accept without questioning. Jody, Director Dickinson.
Yes, we get this, they call it the pilot. They call it a reimbursement for police and fire services. And it was set at 700 something a few years ago. And as you know, there was a couple of years of taking effect because the governor wouldn't put it in the budget.
Yeah.
But now that it's been in the budget a couple of years, we're now, and there's a inflation factor on it every year. So we're now up close to $800,000 for this next year.
Okay. So is there an estimate to back that up?
No, when we first were asking the state to increase it from the long-held $367,000, which went on for decades, we had sent them a calculation of what we estimated the costs were. I don't recall what that was. The city manager at the time was estimating it, but it was close to $700,000.
Oh, okay. And then my last sort of macro question, and of course I'm trying to relate numbers to it, is that your crime reduction, related to catching the bad guys, you know what I mean? Like that has always been your philosophy, is I'm going to catch the bad guys so that they know out there that there are consequences. So there's no way to, do you think they know that? Do you know what I'm asking? Like, do you think the potential criminals see that is that consequence a deterrent?
That's a good question. I think it's an excellent question, and I didn't anticipate answering that, but I'm very comfortable answering that. Throughout my career, I know the power of the federal government. You hear me talk about the federal government. The federal government, if they take over a case for first of all, Dave can speak to that. We have asset forfeiture. So if we do a joint investigation with the federal government and they take the lead, generally we split the assets. We don't see that money right away, but we do eventually get it. That's number one. Number two, if they take you federal, then by act of Congress, you have to do like 87% of their time. You know, I used to tell my students, what's 87% of 40 years, and they would all get out their calculators and tell them put it away. It's most of it. And so the federal government doesn't play, they don't have parole. And so they know that out on the street. Your average criminal knows that when you take them federal, you mean business. And so we have a very good working relationship. I was just told Thursday it's one of the best they've ever seen with the Annapolis PD and the federal government. So where we can ask the feds to come in and partner with us or take over the case, as long as I'm chief, I'm willing to do it, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who gets credit for it. It's justice. I'm talking about the real bad actors, the racketeers, the human trafficking, the large quantity of drugs that they came down to Severn a couple of years ago, the guns and all that kind of stuff, to intimidating witnesses and all those real bad things. So whenever I can go around Anne Arundel County, and I don't mean that in an offensive way, and get it to the federal level, then me and my team do our very best to do that. And the federal government's been good to us. I know when Miss Cummings was killed a couple of years ago, that very tragic event, when the feds called, I had a high degree of comfort that we would get to the bottom of it because of the resources that they have. And so with our federal partners, it's been my experience, it's not just a take, it's a give and take. We provide a TFO, task force officer, and in turn, that officer gets highly trained. And then a lot of the issues that we have here in Annapolis, we get federal assistance, if not taking over the case. So I hope it answers it.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just wanted to recognize that. We have the Chair of Public Safety.
Madam Chair, I do have two more quick questions, if you don't mind. How many officers do you have? I don't see your total numbers here.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We currently have 110.
110?
That's correct. And I currently have, it's either 8 or 9 who are on either medical or sick or in academies, you know, so just to give you an idea. So we're somewhere just above 100 full duty, you know, in their positions working.
So those 8 or so are within that 110 number?
Correct.
Okay, and you're funded today at 124?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And my other quick question was, your supplies doubled. Maybe you answered this question. From in 22, it's 605, and now it's 1277. How do you account for a doubling of supplies and others? And I'm on your 24 budget page. Prior to the...
Okay. Let's see, that's not going to come up. Yeah. I don't know why it doesn't come up there.
It's on the chart?
Oh, yes, yeah, either one up here. I'm not, there's something I'm able to see on my version that's not showing up there. So we have, there are supplies that we need for some individual units, for the SWAT team, the TAC vests, right? So our regular uniformed officers like myself have a ballistic vest. For the what's known as the SWAT team, they have tactical vests that they wear on the outside. And over the years, they've had to have 2 different types. And the industry has advanced to where there's one vest that is modular in nature, so that while it's more expensive than any one of the other ones, it's less expensive than both. And so we're moving to that vest for them. What else are we?
So it's also a
Here,
good
let me-
chunk.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Craig Medley. I'm a retired police officer here. I came back here from public accounting. I was a senior auditor at a regional firm. So when we did the budget, I saw that supplies were really just kind of grouped into just a generic supplies. So I kind of reallocated because I wanted to separate so we know what units are spending what, so we can kind of better budget for them in the future. I also moved some things that were in contract services to supplies or to software. So I kind of moved some of those expenses around to just better understand and better allocate and be able to better predict for future expenses. So that's really the supplies one. Besides inflation has been atrocious this year, not only governmental accounting, but in construction and manufacturing and everything. It's really hit kind of everyone hard. So
It would be good to have a list of the things that are included, so we
In
can
the
have
supplies?
it clear under your supplies and others. Just because of it doubled in what you were given last year, for example.
yep, I have a list of
And
everything.
there should be a way to indicate when it's gear, protective gear, like.
So that was
vests
one of
and
the
that kind of
things. It was kind of grouped as just supplies, and I wanted to be able to see, okay, how much is crime lab spending? How much is asset spending? How much are these different things spending, and what is it for? The other thing with supplies, some clothing gets bought through Amazon. The Amazon was always put into supplies, so kind of the up and down, the difference between clothing expenses and some supplies expenses was off.
So it would be helpful if we could so we know what we're talking about.
Yep, no problem.
So that was my other question. Thank you.
Could you email that to me for distribution to my colleagues? Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Public Safety Chair, Alderwoman Pendle Charles.
And thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Chair, I'm sorry. A couple of things. Number one, first of all, as with our public safety teams, I want to thank you all so very much for all of the hard work that you do each and every day. When we're home in our bed sleeping, we know that we're well protected in this city, and we want to thank you all for everything you do and for all your staff. Number two, as far as definitely putting a PSA out on Annapolis United Protect and Serve Facebook page, that would be great, but also possibly even doing something with Mr. Jock over in the videography, so catch it many different ways, because I think that is very important for people to understand. It gives a good sense of what community policing is all about, so there are several mechanisms we can use for that. Do you have any stats on the viewership for Protect and Serve that you have? If you don't, then we can certainly get those later.
No, I haven't compiled anything on the broadcast.
Okay, that would be a good thing to know, because that's still under Annapolis United.
Yeah, I'm always gratified at the likes. I'm one of those likes people. It's gotten a lot of likes.
That's good. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it as well. The next thing is any updates on your workload study?
We're still in the process of trying to find a vendor, if you will. People like researchers from the University of Maryland, College Park, we mentioned the Police Foundation, the Police Executive Research Forum, but that's a work in progress. We're in the early stages of making that happen, and I'll let the council, city manager approved it, so I'll let the council know after the city manager sees the final study. I'll even let you know when the study is underway. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I project easily 6 months
Okay, so we're talking maybe the end of the calendar year?
Yes, ma'am. And
Possibly.
we're on it. We just haven't chosen a vendor. We're in a very early stage, but I'll keep you apprised as to the progression, or either through the city manager.
Certainly. Okay, thank you. The next thing is, I would assume, and I know we've talked about this and I've seen it, you've asked or requested or mandated that your command staff go through Leadership Anne Arundel. Can you give us, because you were talking about being educated and those knowing what they're, the things that need to be done, but that's also one big component of what you have stressed within the police department. Can you give us a sense of how that has worked out and who's gone through the program and what's next?
Yes. I went through it a year after I got here. Then followed by me was Deputy Chief Stan Branford. And then Justin Kleiners, Captain Kleiners, graduates real soon. 2 months, yes. Hopefully, yeah. I think he's been studying hard. And then here's something interesting. I went to Rhonda and I said, look, Ms. McCoy, I want you to go because Amy's getting ready to go to an executive leadership program in Boston. And I want all my command staff to be well-versed. And this is a true story. And she says, well, Chief, I'm busy, the Police Accountability Act. I said, Rhonda, you're going. And so I made her sit at my desk and fill out the LAA. I said, this is one of the rare direct orders that I'm giving you. So hopefully she's watching. She's probably laughing, but I made her sit down. And so she'll be in the class of 2024 because I didn't want it to be all men. You know what I mean? I wanted it to be diverse. And I said, well, Amy's going away. So now you're going to go, and then we'll have Lamar go. But what I like about the Leadership Anne Arundel, and I believe that Alderman Finlayson went through years ago, class of 98. Yeah, you learn Anne Arundel County, and the police executive in the 21st century again has to not only know about crime, but has to know the lay of the land. They should be able to speak to a number of things, and I think that's what the LAA exposes them to. Not only the city of Annapolis and all the important institutions that are here, but it exposes them. You've been a presenter, Public Safety Day, they have education. All those things tie into a healthy perspective from police in terms of being able to understand the different agencies and organizations out there to help, make the city vibrant. Public safety is just one component, and I want them to understand that we have to depend on and network with other organizations in order to accomplish our overall mission of, not necessarily, to me, it's a pecking order. I think that public safety reigns way above law enforcement. Law enforcement is when that speed camera says 25 and the person's going 40. That may not be a good thing, but at the end of the day, I think most residents want public safety above law enforcement. They want to know that their police cares about them, that their police are guardians of the communities instead of warriors in it. And so that's the purpose of the LAA.
The other thing I want to mention, I know they always ask me to come and present several times a year, and I feel like, because I've never gone through the program, I'm really ashamed. But I feel like the guest speaker who comes for graduation, and they ask the person who never graduated to come and speak to the class. So it's on my bucket list, but I'll have to do that. But I've heard great things about it.
Yes,
the other
ma'am.
thing I want to ask Captain Miguez, any update on the convention or the conference that you're having in September?
Yes, so thanks to Chief Jackson's agreement, the ladies of the Annapolis Police Department are hosting the Mid-Atlantic Women in Law Enforcement Foundation's annual conference in Annapolis, September of this year, at the Westin. And we're really excited to host. Annapolis Police has never hosted the conference. It's an organization that encompasses law enforcement agencies from Pennsylvania and New Jersey, south to Virginia. It's a very well-attended conference, and every single one of the women in the in Annapolis Police is going to be helping and attending.
Do you have a date for that?
It is September. Oh, I got to get the right. It starts September 10th, which is a Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes through the Thursday, September 14th.
Captain, can you tell me who one of the guest speakers will be?
Yes, we've invited the NYPD commissioner to come and speak. She's the first female commissioner of NYPD, and she has graciously accepted to come and be a keynote speaker. So we're very happy about that.
Great.
The nation's largest police department by far, and one of the world's largest police departments. And I just think it's so appropriate that a woman is now heading a 40,000. We have 124. They have 40,000 police officers, men and women in blue. So we're delighted to have her in Annapolis.
But we hope to show them that Annapolis is a great place to visit, but also to work maybe, and maybe we can get a few of those ladies to stay here. My husband's always trying to recruit more women police officers. It's one of the areas that we concentrate with our recruiting.
Sounds good. Chief, I'm going to give you, after Alderman Gay's questions, hopefully just 1 minute if you want to wrap up something that you've thought about in the meantime. But thank you. If it goes with the chair.
Thank you. Alderman,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Alderman Gay, thank you for your patience. I know you have some questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna be quick because I'm actually gonna ask to have this group, at the Housing and Human Welfare meeting so that we can have in-depth conversation because this was very all over the place. And I don't want to be too redundant as my colleagues have been. One of the great points at the beginning, though, I think, is the consistency in the police department's budget. Every year it goes up by a couple of $1 million. My question is, what is your end goal as it relates to the police department's budget and staffing? I think one of the things that obviously we see 85% of it is salaries. And I feel like every year we give and we give and we give because there is this notion that the city of Annapolis is not a friendly place to work in. For police officers. And that's something that we want to fix. I remember there was an outburst with the union here and they were saying that the morale was low. And so we want to work on that. But at what point will you not be able to operate your police department because the city can't pay the budget?
Well, one of the things that we're working on, and we are trying to reclass a position, and I let Acting Captain Miguez speak to that, but I want to hire a full-time grant funder and grant manager so that, because most police departments, they don't ask the city to fund everything. Like the pie chart indicated, the vast majority of the budget goes towards salary and fringe. I would argue, though, that morale is pretty good right now. The union does what the union does. That's another subject for another time, and I'm glad to discuss with you. But I think that to see the kind of enforcement that took place this weekend, you can't have bad morale and have what we accomplished just this weekend. I think that some of the issues that the union had was tied to our staffing. And I'll just say this real quick. We're struggling at times with recruitment, but that's not unique to Annapolis. It's not at all. In fact, we're better than a lot of agencies. That's a national trend because there's still remains so much anti-police sentiment out there. And I'm not here to say whether that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what it is, and it makes it difficult. Many young people see it as a high risk, low reward proposition. They take on burdens where there's no win. And these are young people, so they are opting to go into other fields. And I'm hoping that I live long enough to see that trend change.
So, but as it relates to the Annapolis Police Department, I get that it's extremely hard, but I think, again, because we are such a small department of 120 or budgeted for 124 officers, I mean, like they have take-home cars. I see in the budget there's $55,000 for some sort of laundry services. So that's the thing. I'm assuming that the take-home cars, the city is providing gas for that as well? Yes. Okay, so there's a stipend for gas for those vehicles. And I told you one day I was door knocking for a campaign and I seen one an hour and a half away. And I was like, I thought I was looked up and thought I was in Annapolis for a second. So they're definitely traveling in those, which is good. That's a resource that they're able to take advantage of. I guess the final thing is money. to my knowledge, in the last union negotiations, a deal was struck where they would be having, or at least a base salaries for incoming officers would be increased, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was some sort of agreement or for officers that had been here for a longer period of time to be able to make up steps or something like that, I recall. And just this last budget, I think there were a couple of issues going on. We were trying to figure out the deadline, and then there was pushback with, maybe not enough incentives. Is that correct?
There was a negotiated market adjustment for the entry-level salary, and there's also a negotiated COLA. I don't know if it's labeled as such, but for FY24. I'm not sure when you mentioned making up steps.
I thought there was some, or there was, maybe I've heard it wrong, but I thought in the last negotiation cycle, there was some point where there were officers who had been here longer and they were not. Okay, thank you.
Yes, can I clarify that when we adjusted the salary for a starting level, the entire pay scale adjusted by the same amount, because each step and each grade has a spread between it, and so that what was a 17% increase went across the entire scale. So everybody, whether they were starting or higher up, would have gotten a bump at that time. For 24, the scale is only moving by 2.5%, which is what everybody else is moving by.
And you think that'll be consistent over the next several years? Because if you look at the budget trend, it looks to me that every year we propose it $3 million or $1 million, or it looks like $2 million and some change. Then actually what they end up with in the proposed budget is going up like $3 million every year. Because it says here it'll be 27 million. Last year it was 24. You think that'll continue? But the point I'm trying to get at is that at some point, I think, won't we have to raise property taxes to be able to afford the police department?
So it's not going to go up 17% every year.
Well, not the 17, but the 2.5.
2.5 plus whatever they go up on steps, because they also get step increases when they move to the next level. They go through a year, they get a step. There are some steps where they have to wait and have so many years of service here before they can get them. Those are longevity steps. So on average, it's not quite. It would be 7.5% to 8% for somebody who's getting both a step and a COLA, but some people aren't eligible for steps. So it kind of averages down below 8, depending on the department, somewhere between 5% and 8%.
Okay, thank you. And I also didn't see in the enhancements, or I was looking also in here, any mention of the actual operating cameras. Not the speed cameras, the cameras that you have on like street corners.
CCTV cameras?
Yeah,
So MIT took over the CCTV cameras in I believe it was FY21. And so while we work hand in hand with them, as far as I know, that's all budgeted, with the exception of in our contract services line, we are paying for the ones that haven't been put onto city fiber lines, city-owned fiber lines, where we're paying Comcast for connections to those cameras.
Do you have a list of the projects so that we can see? No?
I'm sorry.
So are you coordinating with MIT on maybe priority for cameras based off of crime activity, or?
They have had some issues with their supply chain. I think with the pandemic, there's been a lot of delays in the equipment they've been ordering. But we plan on working with them closely as they're getting their equipment in to make sure that the areas where we have priority, that they know what those areas are, and if there's some sort of difference in opinion or way to go, then that would be something the chief would bring up.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it would be great to have an understanding of, okay, maybe I'll use the example. Obviously, President Street in Madison doesn't have a camera. It'd be great to know, okay, by June, that camera could be up and operating. Also, the incidents that take place in Clay Street, every time somebody gets shot, the cameras aren't working. It'd be great to know, okay, by like September, we'll have the funding and the capabilities there. Just as the Planning and Zoning Department has an internal list where we can go and track their projects, it'd be great to do the same thing for the camera system, just so that we can speak to our constituents about that. My next question is very in the similar vein. I'm not seeing an enhancement, or maybe there is, for cold case investigators. I know that you talked about that in the last budget. And detectives in general. Can you speak a little bit more on that?
Yes, sir. It's no secret. I've said it in previous meetings and hearings that I would like to increase the cold case unit. Currently, we have 2 investigators in the cold case unit who. I guess Captain Howell can speak to that. I don't know how many cases they are handling. They started out with about 10, but I think it's increased. I know that we have at least 2 cold cases ready for the state's attorney that we're hoping will be moved forward into the court system very soon. But we can do so much more if we are able to enhance it. Because I want to branch off. Cold case is not just murder. Cold case can be a rape. It could be an exploitation of a child. It could be an old bank robbery. Anything, and we would have the ability. Right now, we just don't have the ability to go back and look at a real horrendous robbery that occurred 10 years ago. Yeah. And I would like to be able to come before the council for the Public Safety Committee to say that, that these crimes where there is no statute of limitations, that we have a unit that's looking at those, because the benefit of that, Alderman Gay, is that a lot of times, being a homicide investigator myself, when you go back and look at cold cases, robbery is almost the bride of homicide. Robbery and drugs. Where there's drugs, there's homicides. Where there's robberies, there are homicides. So we can go back and look at things that we may not have looked at before that may lead to clues for more nefarious crimes. So for that reason, I
completely agree. I would like, maybe, I don't know if it's too late or past the moment, but I mean, with the grant managing and the cold cases, we've been hearing that would be a budget enhancement probably since about 2019. And I haven't seen it in the budget. I think it'd be probably the will of the council those are very important roles in the department. And, we'd like to be able to provide answers and justice for our constituency.
Yes, sir.
And so I think it'd be great at some point to have that in the budget. I have a bunch of other questions, but we have no time. I mean, and so I would hope to have you at the housing, this group. It'd be fantastic to have them at the Housing Human Welfare meeting on the 17th or the 15th at 6:30. So that we can, ask more questions about the budgets.
Yeah. Thank you all. Yeah, we've kept them a half hour longer, but it's very important discussion, and I really appreciate your time. If we have follow-up questions, we'll email them, and you can email me the response. So thank you again, and you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait. Oh, I don't have 5, 6. I don't have 6 of them, but Chief gets one. It's your diploma. Your diploma for Chief. All right, thank you.
You got it.
Thank you all for coming and taking the time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Be safe. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but before we conclude.
Madam Chair, I think we have to approve the minutes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Before we conclude,
Alderman, the meeting's still going on. We're getting ready to approve our minutes.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes of last Thursday, April 20th?
Madam Chair, move approval of the minutes from the April 20th meeting.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, The agenda's concluded. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you, thank you.